Hey, and might I say, Doki, let us get started. Welcome, everybody. As for today's show, well, it is 9 in the morning, at least in Switzerland, just for your local time zone. This is your weather report. It is another dummy fine day. There's not a cloud in the sky. It is, according to what I've been told, and, well, ventilating the whole apartment a little bit, I have been able to verify this. It's a good bit cooler compared to yesterday. So, with this, with it yesterday having been a wonderful 21 degrees centigrade, well, it's more that it's now the appropriate temperature, at least for these areas. Did you know, I've been told that in, for instance, the southern United States, it's now beach weather. Yeah, I was shocked and surprised to find this out because I think we all are at least passingly familiar with the concept of spring break, right? When, at least in popular media, all the Americans have time off from college and from school, and they go and have fun in the Floridas and other such places. Or if you happen to be an idol club who live in implied to be California, well, you don't have to go far at all, do you? But I always figured that was, like end of May or something, because before then it's cold. You're not gonna go to the beach in 10-degree weather. But no, I have learned recently that spring break is just about this time. It is March to April. So, mustn't that be lovely? Well, I'm sure it is lovely around this time and not so lovely between the months of July to August. Anyway, that is completely aside. The point is, your weather report is, it's fine, it's great. It is a wonderful day today because we get to work on Hit Idol. And our progress is actually running quite beautifully. Allow me to show off what we have achieved and what we are going to work on. Since yesterday's stream, I've put in a little bit more time. One thing is, thank you, Butterfly, the dialogue is not important. I have, in fact, slightly grown this element. I've slightly grown it just so that it's, well, for one, that its shape kind of mirrors the elements that go inside it, yeah? With its somewhat wider than tall look, but at the same time, with its with it not being just a horizontal slip, having some vertical height to it. Pardon me. Likewise, in order to fill out that space, I've added a little clarifying label, which I'm not sure it would be truly necessary, but well, it's diegetic anyway. It is a label that is written on it inside the world. I've also, there used to be an issue where every time that you pick up a thing, the slots that can take that thing light up orange. That's in order to highlight that you can put the thing in the slot, as this game controls. You have a thing and you put the thing in the thing-shaped slot. It goes in the square hole. So, there was a tiny issue where if you hot swap something, like so, putting something in to a slot where there's already a different thing, it would then keep that slot highlighted for a good technical reason, but it's ugly. So I've now found a solution to fix that, and it occurs to me that is a really simple solution, but we're gonna have to check what if you have two bands. Do the music, thank you. Do the band name slots exhibit the same behavior? Yes, they do. Look, you've got the little bit of orange here. That's icky. Let's go and fix that right now. For what it's worth, I'm sure that the band form and the helper slot here, I'm sure they also exhibit the same behavior. It's just that you literally can't see it because the slot is wholly covered by the photo, being rectangular. So while I could fix it, why bother? Why bother, really? Because if nobody sees it, is it really an issue? I've also gone ahead and we can look at this in the code here. I've had an issue, which one may remember from yesterday's stream towards the end. I've had an issue where I had to lie in a bed I had made for myself, which is somewhere here. Begin training. Here. No, that's can begin training here. Begin training. It used to be, the idea is, when you click the begin training button, the game calculates a bunch of stuff. It determines, do you have one or two bands? Meaning, do you want to do one minigame or two? Are you going to go to a concert? If you are going to go to a concert, is there going to be a special mission at that concert? In which case, the special mission minigame actually must come first, because the concert happens before the concert letter that is sent to you after the concert in order to report on it. And after everything's done, we need to return back. Yes, we need to return back to the table. And then I added the complexity that I wanted to add a mini room, which is just a black screen counting out all the wonderful things that are happening at a training camp, if it is a week where that's happening. So I needed to somehow insert it into there. I've since erased the comment that listed out how I want that to be, because how I want it is that the training camp takes place over the weekend. So the first thing we do is we first we play your normal minigame, then we play your special mission hit minigame, if applicable. But then, after that, whether or not you went to the special mission minigame, we also want to show the training camp summary. So we need to go to that room if it is applicable. And after that, whether or not we went to the training camp, if we went to a concert, with or without a special mission, if we went to a concert, we want to go to the concert letter room. And after that, which, let's remember, it could be that you do none of these things. It could be that you just go to a training camp but not a concert, or you could go to a concert but not a training camp, or you could do both, or it could also be that you do both or one of them, and if you go to a concert you also go to a hit minigame. After all that, we also want to train it to return to the table. So that was a big mess. And my logic was very distributed. There was no single point where I would be able to straighten this out. So I had a little bit of an issue making that work, inserting that logic. Fortunately, I remembered the wise wisdom of the software engineer. If you don't have a single unified point where all the logic happens, you make one. Yeah, easy. It's like Factorio. If you don't have enough iron, you make more. But what's complicated about it? So, jokes aside, what now happens is that first, it looks and it determines, are there two minigames? So do you have two bands and you're going to play two minigames in a row? In which case, first it sets up that the first minigame will lead you to the second. That seems to make sense. After that, the question is, where does the last minigame you play send you to? Which is this function's job. And then, with that determined, we can then set up... I just had an idea. We can then set up... if you're going to a training camp, then we want to set up the parameters for that room. Yep. Selected stats is that. And there's absolutely no reason why that would need to be a function parameter when the function can determine it by itself. So I have just removed the function parameter and everything is better for it. Right. So this now tells the training camp room just the basics of it. It tells the training camp room which stats you have selected to focus on and where you must go afterwards, because again, after the training camp, it could be that you've put on a concert and you want to go to teacher's kitchen, or that you want to return to the table. Because of course, it's not as simple as making a list of where you go, just a list of the next rooms. I could have done that. At this point, frankly, that would probably have been the easier solution. Just having a globally accessible array where we say, go to this room, after you're finished there, go to that room. Because how it works now is that each individual room, each activity that you go to, has its own room parameters. So we need to know both where we are going, so that we can tell that room to our next destination, which was what made this so complicated. But But that is one possible architecture. I've chosen this one. So, all is well. I am noting though, there's one more thing that we need to do that we can, honestly, that we can set up right now. Because we need to slightly lampshade. If you are going to a training camp, then you drive to Lucky's Holiday Manor, and you're doing so in your free time over the weekend. So it doesn't make a ton of sense that the concert letter room, which is stated to be on Sunday morning in teacher's home kitchen, it doesn't make a lot of sense that you'd be back home by Sunday morning, does it? So, in order to lampshade this, I do something very, very elaborate, which is that the concert letter just takes place at the training camp instead of in teacher's kitchen, and nothing else has changed. Lol. So, what that means is we need to tell this concert letter room, hey, a training camp happened, so you need to use an alternate label. For that, it'll be super simple. We just tell it, hey, in your room parameters, we'll call it went to training camp. And we'll ask, are we going to a training camp? This is another little abstraction that I made. It's really super simple. All that it does is it asks, hey, does a training camp stats picker exist? So, is this a week in which a training camp is going to happen? That's all there is to it, really. So, we can then, because this is super, oh no, room creation code, ugh, spooky. What we can do is we now go to the room handler for the concert letter, and there we can extract whether or not we went to a training camp. So, is room parameters dot went to training camp. I just need to think for a little moment. Where is it that the lower label is created? Basically, there are two labels for the fade-in. There's the top one, which says the current state right here, determine top label. And there's also the bottom one, which I'm pretty sure I literally looked at this yesterday and I forgot. No, here it is. Yes, set bottom label, get this translated string. So we just gotta I'll make a little function out of this because making functions is cool. And if you don't have a very good reason not to make a little function, you probably should. There. Our translation key that we want to use is by default. It is the room label within the translation keys. Hey, Akamirza. I'm doing beautifully because I get to work on hit title. Woo! I'm in a little bit of pain if I sit wrong because yesterday I fell up some stairs, which was unpleasant. It was. It was funny. Obviously, it hurt in the moment. And then I went through the cycle that it starts, well, not from stairs. I didn't go down. That's a good part. I was going upstairs and I tripped and fell forward. And it went with this little curve where obviously at first it hurt a lot, but then your brain puts out adrenaline, it puts out painkillers, so it doesn't hurt as much, so that you pull yourself off the scene of the accident. But I managed to drag myself onto a chair, inspect the damage, and at that point it came back. Oh, it was very unpleasant, but I'm not really hurt. I've got... The nose is safe. Yes. My nose is fine, my mustache is undamaged, so that's what I care about. Ultimately, I'm fine. The biggest thing that happened is I took... I fell onto a steps, like edge, right, the corner of it. Fell onto its edge with my right leg, so there's a decent bit of swelling there. Which incidentally, I do have hemorrhage cream, so let me apply a little bit of it while we talk. Yeah, provided any comes out. There. Right, so it's all under control, it'll just take a moment to heal. But that's why today I am doing my developing sitting down instead of standing up as per the usual. But all is well, it doesn't actually hurt anymore, unless I literally cross my legs and push down on top of it. But if I can avoid doing that, it's already fine and I can walk no problem. So that's cool. So how's life for you? How disappointing would it be if you tried to sell me an overlay? A little bit, I'll say. It's all in good fun. But I know that my stream is not full of elements exactly, but don't worry about it. But that's also intentional. I mean, I have this stuff. I have a few elements. Oh, and that... Give OBS a moment. There we go. I prefer to have fewer distracting elements where I know certain streamers, especially in the game making community, like to have a lot of stuff on their streams. Grog, I'm looking at you. But I prefer a cleaner look. But to each their own. Anyway, so what we are doing? Trying to learn coding, thinking about making an app. Awesome! That's good. So by default it would be the room label, but not with a background of coding at all. Doesn't matter, hey. Personally, I do have a background of coding. I am a certified software engineer and I've been working in the industry for 5 years by now. So it's been just about 8 years that I've been heavily involved with coding, especially in Java, which is a little different from GML, GameMaker language, what I'm working in here. I would say, in general, I prefer working with Java, but that's just that. GameMaker is not a bad tool. It knows what it wants to be, and it pulls that off well. It is a really good engine, which is why I use it. And that's why, despite some of its insanities, but well, GameMaker is aimed to be someone's first programming language, give or take. You thought it was VS Studio? Yeah, I get that. I think it might even be possible, like surely someone has made a plugin for Visual Studio to GameMaker, but no, this is GameMaker Studio, which how do we summarize it? The summary of it is, well, the GameMaker language and GameMaker Studio is one product. So the language is proprietary, but it's a good enough IDE, that is development environment. It is missing a lot of creature comforts that you would be used to from higher budget IDEs, especially IntelliJ, but IntelliJ is the gold standard as far as development environments. But it's good. Obviously it is purpose built to work with its language, and it's quite good at that. And sure, GameMaker Studio is not the best at any individual thing. If you want to do sprites, then a sprite or Photoshop or really whatever you want, a dedicated photo editor is gonna going to serve you better. But for instance, GameMaker has a good enough sprite editor, right? It's not fancy, but you can draw pictures, you can draw lines, shapes, all that. What am I working on right now? I will show you. Give me 1 second in order to finish this single line of code here. So determine bottom label is what we want to put here. Okay, right, I will show you. What I'm working on is Hit Idol, which is a cutesy click and drag puzzle game. As a matter of fact, if you'll allow me to chill a little bit, you can actually look at its Steam page and download the demo for yourself right now. I'm already quite a ways into development. It's been, according to GameMaker, it's been 21 months that I've been working on it since July 2023. Boo! Spambot! Go away. Yes, so Hit Idol is a cutie pixel art click and drag puzzle game where... which one? Let's try this safe. The basic concept is you are a teacher. You are a high school teacher who is managing an idol club, like idol as in music star, for, amongst others, these wonderful ladies. There are 8 total idols that you can recruit. They have conversations between themselves. There are 12 total storylines between them. You've never grabbed indie creator games. There's a lot of cool stuff, I think. And how the basic gameplay works is there are minigames. There are 4 minigames that all follow the principle. They are puzzle games. This is a cozy game. It's not going to rush you. There is never a time limit. You can think over your solution and submit when you are ready. And it is, well, since you are managing an idol club, that's what the game's themed after. So, for instance, in this game, we are creating a song. And with the game's drag and drop aesthetic, in fact, I set out to make this game mouse only. There is no keyboard input necessary. If you want, if it's more comfortable, you can like press spacebar to click, just as a little bit of an accessibility option. So, and how it works is you quite literally just pick up the notes and you drag them to the music sheet. And that is how you make a sound here. That's the idea. There is, yes, this hotkey will work because I'm in development mode. There is also, not only does your band need a song, obviously, it needs marketing. You need to put your name out there so that people know you're there. So, another thing that you need to do is market your band with posters. Unfortunately, your budget does not exist. The Idol Club is, technically speaking, part of a different club and your budget is 0. So you have to make do with paper, cardboard and crayons. But that's not gonna stop you. With the power of friendship and trying really hard, you can make it work, right? So we can have a bright teal sky that only hurts the eyes a little bit. Maybe a little bit of a mountain back here. Or, well, you can decide what that is. And then put on your band name. Obviously, you need to advertise who is in the band, which you can do with these templates. We spin. And you can let your creativity run free. That is the second idea of the game. Not only is it puzzly, not only does it let you think for as long as you want without rushing you, it's comfy. Not only that, it's also creative. So even though right here in the bottom right corner we have a list of requirements for what you must do, for instance in this case I need to use Butterfly's favorite color, which is yellow. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Looks like Sierra Leone flag upside down. Kinda, yeah. Oh yeah. Ah. Well, that's the things that happen, eh? Did I do this properly? I don't think I did, because I don't actually remember who's part of the band and who isn't. Post artistry is the memory check, you see. You also have hop, step, smile. The exclamation point is part of the name, where, once again, the game tells you some things that you must do, but the full dance routine that you make in this game, it's up to you how it actually looks, because all that I need to do is I need to have these specific moves, and I need to have 6 different moves. K-pop band in the making. Exactly. That's what I'm going for here. This K-pop idol pop band vibe. The entire game, you may be able to tell, it's very cute, it's very adorable, it has so much pink, so many hearts. It's all light-hearted. And I can tell you why. Oops. I wanted to show you the dialogues, but I have a speedrunning option on to skip all the dialogue. Oopsie. It was specifically Needy Streamer Overload, was it? Which was popular at the time that I started, and I thought, maybe this was just me, but I thought there were entirely too many games which had a cute premise, but oh no, then there's the twist that in order to reach your goals you need to way overwork all your talent and make them stressed until they quit on you. And I felt at the time that literally the majority of games had this kind of twist. And is it really a twist if it is the default? Yeah? Is it a twist, or is it just what's expected? So I made Hit Idol with the twist being that there isn't a twist. The twist is that everyone just has a good time. There's no stress meters or anything like that. It's a high school club, like, you're not overworking your idols. That being said, the dialogues do sometimes get a little serious. But that's just what is on the idols' minds. Anyway, well, this save wouldn't show it off. Additionally, there is the ultimate goal that you want to play, obviously, as a idol band, you are gonna want to play at a bunch of concerts in order to practice, in order to become more famous. And your grand goal is Starfield Sky Festival. You've downloaded it? Awesome! I hope you like it. Feel free to tell me what you think anytime. Starfield Sky Festival. Which, this is another personal gripe of mine. I was watching K-On! At the time, which you might or might not be familiar. Oh, music is excited! Let's take one that's slightly lower chill. PF would love it. Hey, sure to. And thanks for the follow too. So I was watching K-On! At the time, and it may have slightly influenced the some things about Hit Idol, but the biggest thing is my gripe with the entire thing. If you're not familiar, K-On! It's a standard anime, so obviously it takes place in a high school with characters who somehow have a whole lot of time for club activities. You'd think they never need to actually go to school, they just go there for a club. And it is about a band club, right? A club that sets up a band, and they set themselves the grand goal of a specific concert venue, and before they graduate, they want to play a concert there. At least that's how it is set up. And at the start of the anime, there's even a tracker telling you how many days until that concert. How many days is their deadline? Would you be surprised that throughout the entire anime, which covers 3 years, it's not a small amount of time, and in those 3 years, the girls put on like 4 total concerts. And no, their actual goal is not one of them. Which, it might be the point. K-On! Is an anime where not much happens, and that's okay. Because the point might just be that they're not reaching for ambitious goals, they're not getting all their dreams fulfilled, but they're having a fun time with their friends, and isn't that enough? So, and I don't know, I'm an ambitious kind of person, so just intuitively it rubs me a little bit the wrong way that you're hanging Chekhov's gun from the wall, but it's never actually used. So, if you'll allow me to spoiler, if you're playing this right, at the end of the game, you will play at Starfield Sky Festival. This is my little twist, that you do actually reach your end goal. And you maybe take your revenge on the man who ruined teacher's career and wasted like 6 years studying for a PhD in archaeology and forced teacher to pursue a menial career teaching high schoolers. I mean, what? Don't worry about it. Yeah, in Hit Idol, at the end, you do reach your goals. But for that, you're first going to have to practice. I look like a person who would make a Dark Souls kind of game. Yeah, I do often think that I've branded my entire channel in a specific way to fit to Hit Idol. Because, like, I'm not afraid of swearing, but I find that being somewhat family friendly is just better. But it does occur to me that I don't exactly look like the kind of person who would make a game like this. Funny you should say that, actually. A lot of people... this isn't my first creative foray, I'll say. This is my first creative foray. One of the things I used to do was write stories, like little fantasy stories. And there's a good part of my audience that I'm pretty sure is just convinced that I am a woman, because... And I've heard these words from some of my fans. They think my style is feminine and they don't believe that a man could write like I do. So that's fun. But... well, that's just... yeah, I know, right? And that's... really, it's just... it's just harmful preconceptions. It is. Admittedly, at the time, most of my audience was probably the kind of person who would be in the idol club, right? So, teenage girls. So, it would make sense that their interactions with the male gender were more on the cootie side. But let's not dwell on that. Anyway, I do like my mustache, yes. I'm going for the 1800s train conductor look. I'm glad that my mustache does grow out, because my beard doesn't thicken up a lot. It might look like, right? It might look like I shape it. I literally don't. It just grows in exclusively this shape, so... right, these sides, they just stay clear. It doesn't push up. So my beard is significantly less groomed than it may appear. You have beard, but pencil mustache. Huh? Everybody is gifted differently, and it's what you make of your mustache that counts. So, let us think. What are we doing? So we have just implemented that the training camp concept ladder shows you a different label. Can we test that? No, we currently can't, because I have already set up that the training camp gets its parameters, which means you need to go objects, room handler, training camp. This currently doesn't do anything. It may look like it's got a lot of code, but this is all inherited. So this is just the inherited base code, for which I must admit it's been a minute since I've added a new room to the game. It is largely already finished. There's a good amount of stuff left to do in the story department, in the polish. It's, well, training camps, what I'm working on right now, is supposed to be a big mechanic in the mid-game that allows you to further train up your idols for the jobs that they must do. So let's take the concert ladder room handler and steal some code from that. For instance, so I've been told that you're supposed to be able to just right click and split your code editor, but it seems you can't. Coach? Question mark? Going to ask you to be a little more specific. Like coach the verb, coach as in a person. So for sure we're going to want to inherit this create event. And it makes you go away. Thank you. Talking to the source control, which every time that I make a change, it would pop up and spam a bunch of text, and it's never relevant. As in person who helps idols reach their goal. Yeah. Well, that's you, right? You, the player, you are a teacher who is managing the idol club, and there's not really anyone else. Like the only characters in the game that really appear are teacher and the idol club. You are, I guess, the most qualified to do so, by virtue of no one else is doing it. So, our translation keys, this is a really fancy thing that I can only show off so well. I have a big spreadsheet where every single piece of text in the game is stored. There's also some functional data, which I set up because it is easy to set up a game to have translation later. it is really difficult to make a game and code in all of the text in English and then later want to add translation. That's really difficult. So that's something that you need to think of at the start. Which is why I made a little translation framework that allows me to retrieve these texts in order to, if it comes to it, that this game gets translated, make it easier. If it does get translated, then I would still need to do a bunch of work making sure that, you know, everything fits. It would still be a huge labor, so I don't think it's going to get a translation, but that's just fine. Because not only would it easily let me retrieve translated strings, this also gives me easy access to all the text, right? Instead of having to hunt around the code to find where I've defined the texts, I have it all in my spreadsheet, and then it gets exported and put into the game, like so. So, where is it? Here it is. So, at the start of the room, we want to create ourselves a fade-in, and this isn't going to have any labels. Maybe not. We'll see. You just gotta try some stuff and see what works. That's a good way to manage this bit code. Yes. Imagine having to hunt around all of this. So, and it's not just text that I keep in the spreadsheet, it's basically all of the all of the mutable data, I'll call it. So for instance, I also put the idle stats in there. You'll do that and you have to have... I would advise it. At least, even if like let me paste that. Even if it ends up that you just somewhere have a big file where this would be called a properties file, right? There are different ways of going about it. Even if you just have a big file where you write down all of your text, it still is just handy to have a spreadsheet where it's organized. So I've got text that is specific to the minigames in a specific tab. I've got the story in a different tab, so that I can then also automatically format it the way that the game would take it, all that stuff. At this point, this spreadsheet has 14 tabs, I think. 3, 6, 9, 12, 14, yes. I've also discovered, hey, did you know that Google Sheets has a limit of 50,000 characters per cell? I didn't know that, but I discovered it pretty quickly. Let's see, start summary, we'll call this. Because once I started writing the story of this game, as I said, there's 12 distinct storylines, and each of them, you saw one of them, each of them has, it's got 8 points. Is that right? 8 points? Or is it 10? You would think I would know that. Yeah, I don't. No, right. Each story has 8 distinct conversations that it takes place in. which was its own kind of challenge. Writing stories that take place with no narration, no animation, just conversations. Just two idols talking to each other, which means I have to make it sound somewhat natural and ideally not spell out, you have done this thing, or you are doing that. No, making it sound somewhat natural, yet still getting across what's happening and what has happened between conversations. Which was an interesting challenge, but as I've mentioned, I've been a creative writer for 13 years by now, so it was a challenge that I was able to take on. So, what this does is, as we enter this room, it is going to create us a fade in order to show the logo, and that fade in is going to fade out, and when it is done fading, it will call the start summary function, which will then do stuff. So let's say we want to focus on heart and image for our training, and then nah, I'll just do the one band, which means we are currently primed. After this minigame, we are going to go to we are going to go to the training camp. So this, no, that's a bad response. If you're unsure, by the way, since this minigame is less factual than the others, I'll call it, like you need to actually read the responses and figure out the vibes. There is also a little bit of help. You can highlight good versus bad responses. That still isn't going to tell you the best ones, except in this case. In this case, there's only one above average response. But usually you still need to figure out which response is the best. Also, it ought to be said, you don't need to pick the single best response, you just need to respond like an idol. So if you, on average, you respond well enough, then that's good practice for interview. And you're going to pass the minigame. Good job, you. It says words. Oh, goodness, so many words. So much words. Thankfully, I have finished the story. Well, that's a lie. The story is actually one of the big things that still needs to be finished. Like, I know what's going to happen, but it needs to be written out and it needs to be implemented that you can actually finish the game. What is finished is the conversations. I've written all of them and they've been edited and everything's great with that. Right, here we are. Welcome to Purgatory. So, this is the training camp room. If you paid attention, you might have seen that there is in fact the logo, which is shown at the start and then fades out. Good job, us. Right. Now, at this point, what I would like to happen is I would like to show a summary of all the stuff that's happening instead of because competent though I may look, I am not an artist, so I want to avoid having to make a ton of art assets. So it's just going to be a dark room that describes what's happening over the weekend. I imagine we can make a start of it quite quickly. But before we do that, it is the top of the hour, which means it is time for me to start my first midstream break. Stand up, stretch my very achy legs, maybe eat a bit of cheese. You guys feel free to do the same. Don't go too far. In a few minutes we'll be back and we are going to see if we can't make a start on our training camp montage. Gonna run some ads in the meantime. You're not gonna miss anything, and don't worry. Unfortunately, Twitch makes you roll ads if you want the pre-rolls to go away, and well, forced to choose between this or that. Rolling ads when I'm on break anyway is the better option. So, see you in a bit. Okay, dokie, let us continue. So, what I am thinking is actually something quite simple. What am I thinking to do? This is going to take a minute to implement. So, on our dark screen, we are going to have a list of activities that are happening, and everyone's having a great old time. A list which I've already written. I've prepared this. This lives, if Google Sheets will cooperate, it lives in assorted texts specifically. It lives here in trainingcamps.activities. So what's the role of the room handler compared to other objects? The room handler is the only object that exists in every at the start of the room. It is responsible for instantiating everything else. That is its job. Now, in order to show our montage, two possible options exist. Many possible options exist, in fact, but there's two that come to mind. Which is, we could have the room handler do it all, which normally is a kind of poor idea. It's kind of a poor idea, and I think it is here too, because it's just not its responsibility. It is not concerned with the moment-to-moment action. It is kind of above the action. It facilitates communication between different objects, and it does the meta stuff like saving, loading, going to a different room, all that. Speaking of which, I'd just like to see real fast. So the parent room handler object extracts the room parameters, but it does not pull them out at all. So we are going to need to selected stats is room parameters dot selected stats. We don't need to do this, strictly speaking, but I think it is a good pattern to take our transfer object and stop using it as quickly as possible. We take the data that we want out of it, which is the selected stats and the next room, and now we're done with it. We don't need it anymore, because the only purpose of room parameters is transferring data, because GameMaker does not by default have a good way of doing so. So you need to store it in a specific globally accessible place that the next room can have access to. Now, this is good. Yes. So, step one, what we can already do is, if we are entering our room, then we are going to want to leave it as well. So, we're going to rename that leave to next room, because what the next room is actually depends. We saw this a little bit ago at the table room handler, which decides, are you going to a concert or not? If we are going to a concert, then we want to move to the concert ladder room handler, or sorry, to the concert ladder room, whose parameters are already set up. Or if we aren't, if we're just going to the training camp and not to the concert, then we want to return straight to the table. You know, it occurs to me now, I could have made this a much more linear game. In fact, I kind of still could. Instead of allowing you to play or not play at any concert at any given time, provided that you have enough popularity to do so, because you still need a little bit of clout, even if you're just playing at the restaurants down the block. You still need a little bit of clout to get there. Instead of allowing that, I could have made it just a linear sequence. But that would be boring. I've decided to make it the way that I did, so now we need to deal with that. So, this function also includes the ambience controller, which, yeah, we probably should. That is, I should probably make an ambient track. Hit idle despite its music theme, because I'm not actually musical myself. It doesn't feature a ton of music. Instead, it features a lot of ambient sounds, and I should definitely go ahead and make some ambient noise for the training camp. But that's a later thing. That's something completely different to be done at another point. So, well, if we have decided that we don't want the room handler to do everything, instead we would like for our for there to be a different object which manages this, then we run into the slight issue that there's no folder to put it into, because this room is brand new. Blech. Actually, where did I... That doesn't go in there. Yeah, object concert letter actually goes somewhere completely different. But, you know, anyway. I guess there's nothing for it. In the interest of cleaner division, we are going to make a group, not like there's any cost to that. And as always, listen, this can't just be me. I refuse to accept that it is just me. Surely, if you have a drop-down, if you have a list of options and you're looking for object, then you're not assuming that it's going to be, oh, about a third of the way down. Because O is really late in the alphabet. It just happens that all of the other options all start with P, R, S, and T. So they happen to be sorted after objects. Anyway. So, this training montage To start with, it will grab the translation keys from the room handler. It will grab the translation keys off of the room handler such that it has access to the texts specifically. This is going to be Todd's training camps, so here we can do our activity texts is a translated string. We can grab from translation keys dot activities. Now, this is all of them, but we don't want all of them because out of the 4 stats you pick 2 to focus on. And for that, yeah. And for that, we need to communicate to this component what the selected sets are. So we are going to define this as a parameter in the way that we are going to crash the game if we don't get it. Selected stats, and this is going to be a type. This is going to be an array of strings. By the way, if you're still here, Akameza, I don't know what language you're planning to be working in. GameMaker by default does not have static types, that is, that you can say this variable is going to be a number or it's going to be a bit of text or stuff like that, and then the language would check for you that it actually is, and if you try to put something in it that isn't guaranteed to be what you want, it stops you. GameMaker doesn't have that, but I made my own and this is incredibly helpful. Not just having a comment telling me that's what this is supposed to be, but truly checking it at runtime, and if something has gone wrong, then telling me about it. Tossing an exception, crashing the game, essentially. Letting me know as soon as possible that the data isn't how I assumed it is. That either it just isn't anything, it's undefined, or that I've changed something and the data no longer fits the format I thought, which of course means that I need to update the place that takes the data, because otherwise it'll be an issue. If I try to operate on an array of strings, but it's actually an array of numbers, that's going to lead to problems later on, but then I need to chase down what the problem actually was. And at that point, that's just wasted time when I can already tell at the entry point, if this isn't an array of strings, then stuff's gonna go wrong. So, our out of these activity texts, we need to select the selected stats activities, which is, I'm going to, well, I would like to use array map. Unfortunately, I can't, because GameMaker does not feature closures. What is a closure? Don't worry about it. It's fine, we can unwrap that. So this is going to be an array, which is the same size as the selected stats array. going to be an array like that. And for each of these entries, which is going to be precisely 2, but here's the thing. Checking the length of an array is really cheap. There's no real need to hard code a number when I know what array I want to iterate over. So you may as well use array length. If, let's say, I decide that in a late game training camp you can select up to 3 stats, or maybe even up to 4. That would then deal gracefully with this, where if I hard-coded a number, I'd need to change it again. So stuff would go weak. Right, the selected stats activities in the ith slot is equal to activity texts. Well, that's where our data is. We need to get out what is in the activity texts given the selected stats at that position. So that's going to be the text heart, voice, image, or persona, which is a key within this activity texts struct. And that then contains an array of possible activities. Now, there's one more step of processing to do, which is we want to not use all of them, but we are going to pick a sub-selection, which actually we're going to rename this. We're going to make the loop slightly cleverer. So, step 1. We are going to extract this selected stats string into a different variable just to make it a little bit more legible. Then we're going to actually take this array and likewise assign it into a different variable. Memory is as good as free. Use different variables in order to make your code easier. It has basically no memory cost anyway because, well, the computer needs to deal with it, yeah? It needs to load and deal with your data. So if you're putting up a reference to your data that you can then use as a variable, that's fine. Activities is that. That's the activities for the stat, and then the selected activities is array random slice of activities, and we're going to grab 3 of them. Except what I am going to do is I'm going to make a named constant just to make it easier to change in the future, or maybe I might want to, again, make this not hard-coded to 3. Maybe it wants to change over the course of the game. At any rate, putting a name on it makes it easier to change, makes it easier to find if we're searching for it. It just makes it easier to maintain the code if you retain the context of what's supposed to be happening. So, number of activities is 3. And then we get a number of activities equal to that constant out. Okay. So, that's in our create event. Next. Next. we want this instance to hibernate until it is told to start. So what we are going to do is we are going to make a user event, which is where we are going to put our method that we can then call later on, function start. It is gonna do something. We need to remember, if we have the correct parameters, then we want to actually run this user event, because by default user events are not triggered at all. So ev order ev user 0. I've learned that apparently you can also just say event user 0. You can do that, but I don't know. Well, for hit idle, I've used the event perform syntax, so I'm going to stick with that for this one, because the whole game's basically done. Delicious water. Next. So, right now the training montage doesn't do anything, but that's okay. We can already set it up. So montage is a instance of, well, where are we gonna put it? For best legibility, probably smack dab center of the screen. So put it in the middle of the screen in both directions, unless we have a better idea. Don't gotta. As for the depth, we want this. This is basically a UI element, and it occurred to me that hit idle is funny. It's a little bit backwards, where everything is in front of the UI, as opposed to the UI floating on top of everything. But no, that's just how this works, because I would argue hit idle doesn't even have UI in the traditional sense, because everything is diegetic. Everything is implied to be physically there on your table. All the UI elements are just papers and cardboard cutouts that sit on your desk. So naturally, the things that you drag around, the draggables, the idols, photos, all that stuff, naturally all of it goes in front of the UI elements, because the UI elements lie on your table, and the photos that you then drag around would go on top. So that's funny, isn't it? I have inverted how traditional UI works. So we need to pass the selected stats into our montage objects, and that is all the data that it wants. Next. So with our selected stats, right, with our montage created, we need to also tell it to start once the fade out has ended. There we are. What we could also do is, instead of making a different start montage method, well, we could do this if we create the fade if we do this after the fade-in exists, because obviously we can't reference a method that doesn't exist. However, I consider it to be good practice to have a method that we know exists, and it won't be called right away. It will be called once the fade-in finishes, at which point the montage does exist. Oh. Meaning that this is safe now. And that's called avoiding a temporal dependency, which sounds like a super awesome fantasy term, but all that it means is this method can be called at any time. We can set up the fade-in decreasing its alpha anywhere we want, as opposed to having to make sure that the montage exists before the fade-in is set up. Of course, we still need to make sure that the montage is set up by the time that the fade-in finishes, but all of this stuff happens within the same frame, so that's not really an issue. So. Yeah, really, that's all there is to it. I'm sleepy. Very tired. Not actually tired. I'm doing quite well. I have managed to adjust to daylight savings time, which didn't used to bother me at all, because I used to get up whenever I did, but funnily enough, hey music, do you want to make any noise? Thank you. But since I have trained myself to vaguely rise with the sun, because that's when stuff's happening and that's when you have energy, as opposed to forcing yourself to work deep into the night when your body very much wants to be asleep. Since then, well, drastically changing when I wake up without changing when the sun is up, it was a bit unpleasant. Anyway, so we have our training montage, which has selected activities. Oh my goodness. The more that you think about how not tired you are, the more are you tempted to yawn. So, what I would like this to do, how I would like this to behave is that maybe it's not even a fade-in. I want there to be like a list of stuff that's happening, yeah? One at a time. And so, I want all of those to, I guess, just appear with a little sound effect and tell you how much of a given stat you are gaining. For which there are many different approaches. Let's see. For which we are going to set up yes. Right. Which means we need to set up a series of text builders that draw out the text of what is happening, and one by one I want these to become visible, for which we could set up a small little object that does this for us. That might not be the worst idea. Might not be. the worst idea, just so that we don't need to concern ourselves with running a global timer here. But actually I first want to try not doing that. So for that, a few things need to happen. Step 1, I need to set this to sprite bounding box, which is a surprise tool that will help us later. Don't worry about it, trust me, it'll be good. And we need to give this a draw event, such that during the time that game does graphics, because it does splits, right? It has step and it has draw. And step is when you do the logic of what's happening in your game, and draw is when the graphics get involved. And the two shan't mix. You can mix the two to some degree, but particularly you really need to do graphics exclusively in the draw events, because otherwise, well, weird stuff's gonna happen and the graphics are not going to appear as they should if they appear at all. There's a very good chance that they just get erased anyway. So, for each of the builders, so each of the builders that we have thusly made, we want to take that builder and tell to build that. Now, currently there is no builders array, so we fix that. And at this point, we want to loop through our selected activities, which is currently a double-headed array. So what I actually want to do, I want to interweave these. Meaning I want to take one activity for the first stat, then one activity from the second stat, then for the second activity from the first stat, then the second activity from the second stat, and so on. So we shall do precisely that. That means we are going to declare but we're going to declare ourselves an array that is woven abilities, not abilities, activities is, well, I can pre-declare this of a specific size, or I could also not. Lol. So iterating over this is going to be slightly complicated, I admit. Well, no, it won't. It won't. Right. What we are going to do is we're going to loop over the number of activities, as there's going to be 1, 2, and 3. And for each of those number of activities, we are going to first we're going to change the name of this variable in order to avoid collisions. For each of the stats that we have selected, right? So we want to go to each list of selected activities that we've picked out for our stats. So this is the selected stats here. We want to go... No. We don't want to do selected stats, we want to do selected activities. That's the same thing, but it's a little bit cleaner. It tells us what we are actually doing over. So, for selected activities, the activity, we want to grab that. And we can also make this a little bit cleaner, so activities is this one, so that's for this given stat. That's that one. And then we want to, out of this activities for stats array, I want to grab the exact activity. Meaning I'm having a little bit of trouble making up tons of words for what is really the same thing. So activity is activity for stats with activity index. There. And lastly, we put into woven activities at the location. Nah, we're not going to do an index access, we're just going to use array push. Woven activities takes activity. There. So, I feel like that could go easier. Yeah, probably could. Definitely could. But. Now, we have a single list. We have a single array of our activity texts, which are translated, they are perfect, they are go to go in every way. We have all of that, so we can now loop over it. So, for each entry that this woven activities array has, essentially, we want to make a text builder. Because we want builders to have the same length as woven activities. Is that even true? No, not 100%. Not 100%. But our builder is a new text builder. And then we configure this with like that font equal to just our global average text font, I figure. So bubble.fonts dot the general font. General text fonts. It's going to have a text equal to woven activities I. That's the idea. Further, we're going to set the scale of this to 2. We're going to have to set the color of it, because naturally black text on black background is not terribly legible, so we need to set its color to white. At this point, I need to look up. I need to look it up. How this goes. So first we set the font. Do we want to set H align or V align? Yeah. Yeah, kinda. At the very least, I want to set the horizontal alignment that all the text is centered in the middle of the screen. Well, at least I want to try it. It could be that I want it all aligned to a common line in the middle, or sorry, at the left of the middle. Either one could work, so just experiment and see what we think. Set the horizontal alignment. Position relative is good. We are going to have to set the X and Y coordinates though. And the color actually comes last after all this. Interesting. So, we need to set the X and Y coordinates. And for that, what we can do is we can use the magic of constants. What does this want to be about? Actually, I do have a vague idea, but builder's Y distance is, I don't know, 16 pixels. That's probably too far. Let's go 12 pixels. Because what I would like is that there's a big label on top. Big label on top of the screen telling you it's training camp time. And if I had a certain library called Scribble in my projects, then I could also make it wavy and rainbowy and do all that kind of stuff. We're not doing that. No, thank you. Instead, we're just going to make it calm. We're going to make it clean. We're going to make it white on black, and it'll be great. Water. Drink a lot, friends. It's important. You are a houseplant with complicated emotions. And you need just about as much water, if not more. Then again. You know, I was just thinking, man, how much water would a houseplant need if it's weighed like as much as a person? And then it occurred to me, yeah, Toraka, that's called a tree. Well, a small tree, to be sure, but even a small tree gets pretty dang thirsty. So the comparison is quite apt, I think. Right. So in order to set up our large builder on top. No, that's silly. But in order to set up our large builder on top, we are going to go ahead and get we're just going to set it up. In fact, we are going to make a no, that's silly. Our label builder is largely the same thing. It's going to be a new text builder which uses the big font. So global fonts dot big 28 points. And then we set the horizontal alignment one more time to be centered. The text is going to be, this needs to be a translated string using our translation keys, which is already properly namespaced to the training camps. And that is going to be intro label. I'm not sure if I want this to be constantly on screen or if I want it to be only seen at the start. But you may note that these are kind of the same thing. So instead of reconfiguring all of this when most of it I don't need to redo, we're just gonna, instead of creating a new text builder from scratch, we're going to take our label builder and create a copy of it and only reconfigure what we need out of it. So the text X and Y come before the text. They don't need to. It's just that as a matter of practice, I stick to the order that I have declared my functions and my variables. As you see here, they have a very specific order in which they are declared, and I stick to that order such that I can very quickly tell where something's supposed to go. I can very quickly tell, does this builder configure this given thing or does it not? So, label builder Y offset is gonna be, I don't know, it's gonna be pretty high up. In fact, one way or another, this component is going to be kind of aware of where it is. It is going to be aware that it is in the middle of the screen. I don't love components that do this, but at some point, well, it's going to be inevitable, yeah? It is going to be inevitable, because if I want the text to be at the top of the screen, then I gotta put it there. And that means I need to know where the top of the screen is relative to my component, for which there certainly would be ways of doing that. That would in fact be -y, which means we go to the top of the screen and then, well, plus the offset that we want, which would be, I don't know, 12 times 6 minus y. So this is going to look like Yoda coding, -y plus 12 times 6, but that is rather how I'm thinking about it, because first we align to the top edge of the screen and then we go back down a bit from there. So even though I could write this as 12 times 6 minus y, which is more in line with how humans parse math, I'm gonna go with this Yoda version here, putting the -y as the starting point first. Okay. Okay. So our label builder wants to be the first element in the builders array, because remember how the graphics are going to work is it's just going to loop over the builders array and tell each one to output its text. So we need to actually set your y coordinate, and then We also need to set your y coordinate. You are going to be located, I don't know. Well, I can do something cute now. I can do something really cute, which is the builders array already has a element. It has one element, which means that index 0 is populated. And each time index I is going to be the last element of the array. I can even do something slightly better, which is previous builder is array last of builders. There. That, even if I add more builders in between, this is gonna tell me the last builder that is in the array, which means it's going to be, for the first element, it's going to be label builder. For each builder after that, it's going to be the one that we've just created, because naturally we are going to push the newly created builder in there so that we can keep track of it. Yeah, that's us. And why do I want the reference to the previous builder? Well, the previous builder is going to tell me where it is finished, and I swear getY underneath text is a method that exists. Here it is, yes. GameMaker may disagree, but that is a method that exists. Then we can also add a bit of Y distance. We don't need quite that much. I'm gonna say 6 times 6. So that means that no matter what happens, even if it ends up that the builder has 2 lines of text as opposed to 1, which I don't think is going to happen, but even if that does happen, each builder is created relative to the one before it. So that's our setup. And you know what? For now? No, not quite. We also want to make sure that all of these builders are disabled. In fact, yeah, we'll leave the label builder enabled to start with and disable all the rest. But so that we can see something, we've been on this for about an hour, so we really desperately should test that it's working as we intend. In order to test it, we're just going to go over the builders and enable all of them as we start the montage, which isn't the behavior that I want. I want to start a timer which continuously enables one builder after the last. But for testing, for this first time that we are going to look at it, we can simply enable all of them. This already is going to test some behavior. First off, it's going to test that I've set all my stuff up correctly, that we can enter that room without crashing out. And further, it is also going to test that that's the logic to start the montage is also working. Simple as. Right, I am just going to click through this in order to reach the training camp faster. Yes, stat gains, wonderful. And all that. Yes, no. Yes, I know exactly what's happened. This needs to be array length, not a direct reference to the array. Let's try that one again. See? Testing! The more code that you make, it all assumes that the code it's written on top of, the code that exists as you make it, that all that code is working properly and it's not going to need to change. But that's certainly an assumption to make of code that has never been tested, isn't it? So, what do you need to do? You gotta test it. It's simple as make the smallest possible thing that can be tested, and there. Beautiful. So, this is obviously not finished, but there's the basic idea. And that much is working. Okay. In fact, we can push this label up slightly more. We can then increase the distance between the builders, or we can make it so that, like, I think I want more distance between specifically the first one and the big label builder, which is gonna be a border, but we can make that happen. But first off, nature is calling to me, so it being the top of the hour, I will be taking my second midstream break for the morning. And when I return, after having stretched my legs, answered the call, you guys feel free to do the same. You're not gonna miss anything for the next 3 minutes. When we return, what we are going to do is we're going to refine the layout of this training camp, and we're going to put a timer on it in order to make each of these messages pop in one by one rather than all at once. Also, it needs to tell you what stats are actually rising. Right? That's the idea. Okay, see you in a bit. Don't go too far. Okay, let us continue. Boop. There we are. Now, what shall we do? So I like the idea of using the previous builder as a reference point to inform our Y position, but I would like there to be a slightly larger distance from one to the next. That is specifically from the label builder to the first activity builder. Don't love the way that looks. So, how can we realize that? Unfortunately, that's going to be a little difficult if we treat the label builder as though it were just another activity builder. So, yeah, I'm trying to come up with a super clever solution, but kinda coming up empty. I guess it's not the cleanest solution, but it'll work. If I is 0, then use twice the builder's Y distance, otherwise use only 1. And then use this variable that we have just calculated, instead of always using the constant. Yeah, that'll work. It'll work. I mean, you need to make an exception for the first element. Otherwise, I would have to do something like creating the first element by hand with different settings and then looping over all but the first activity, and that would be kinda icky too. So, we need to. Next. What do we need to do? What shall we do? I'm going to add a new parameter to this object for the amount of stats that you are gaining. That's gained. Yeah, well, there are many ways to roam here. Many ways to roam. Since this is a sub instance, it shouldn't access the global variable space too much. Well, obviously it does it here in order to access the fonts, but that's different. That's different as well. Amount to gain. Yeah. So this is going to describe how much the total amount that our idols should gain in stats is. So it's time. Amount to gain. This is a number. So because I want to not only show the activities that are happening, I also want to describe this with, like, this thing happened, +5 heart, and stuff like that. And this is going to be completely facetious, because if you pay attention, it will always sum up to like 20 or something. But it'll be randomized amounts, so it looks more random than it is, with how random it is being, well, not at all actually. training camp stat gain. We're going to write that into a global constant. Or again, not necessarily because we need it in too many places, we only need it in the training camp, but such that we have it in one specific place and we can easily update it. Here we have a whole bunch of constants and we can add to that. So training camp stat gain is 20. 20 seems fair. And well, if we want to change it, then we'll be quite easily able to by simply updating this here constant. Okay. Okie dokie. So, how will we do that? Well, there are 3 activities and there are 20 stat points to go between them. So we want to make sure that the stat points that we display do always add up to 20. How do we do that? Well, it's actually quite easy. It is super simple. We're going to cheat. We're going to make it look like it's random, even though it really isn't. For that, we first need to initialize this, and by the way, I'm making a huge mess of my stuff here. This stuff, this here for instance, this should be in a method. It really should be. So, for selected activities, well, properly is equal to select activities. It doesn't need to be in a method, but I am moving it out just to significantly reduce the clutter of the create event and reduce it into a number of smaller pieces that have defined legible purposes. There. Now, instead of having all that code to deal with, we just know, okay, so we pick a bunch of activities. Then, likewise, the second thing that we need to think about is how do we divide our stats. And this is going to want to take the form of two lists, essentially, just like the selected activities up here. Function divide stat gains. So yeah. So that would be 8, and then that's up to 6, yeah. Okay. How we're going to divide that up is we're going to have a total, which is equal to, what's it, amounts to gain. In fact, we're going to do this twice. And for that, we're going to make this into a separate method that just does it once. So single stat gains. Because having to do it twice, like what are you gonna do? Are you gonna write the same code twice in a row? That's icky. Are you going to keep track of two variables and still duplicate the code? No, just make a method that divides up one stat gain and then you can call it twice. Like so. Return an array that is divide single stat gains, comma, divide single stat gains. Do it twice. But all the code that does it is abstracted away in this method. So, return the gains. And so, what shall we do? At this point, everything that sums up to a total is fine. I think for our first number, we are going to go. First gain is the total divided by 3, but not just statically that. We want to go a random distribution from that. Now, random, talk to me. You include 0. That would be a bit bad. So let's go for random range. So that's going to be total by 4 up to total by 3, which isn't terribly interesting, I admit. This, with the example of 20, this would go from 5 to 6. Not so interesting, I think. So, how's about we go from total minus by 3 minus 2, so that would be from 4 up to 8, both inclusive. Then we subtract what we have just gained from the total. Or really, we could do it again without subtracting, because this is at most this would be 8, at least this would be 4. So if we do the same exact thing again, we would get two numbers which are some distribution, probably an average of, what's it, 6.5. So an average of 13. I kinda like that. Yeah. So we're actually gonna go number of activities -1. So for the first two stat gains, that's going to be our logic. Which means we divide it into two rough thirds. We do need to be careful. If the total stat gain would be, let's say, 3, then naturally it would be icky. We would be able to roll from -1 up to 3, and this would kind of break. Also, we don't want to subtract this just yet. We want to keep it in mind, but we don't want it to be subtracted yet, because we want to keep The total alternative, what's actually even better, is we can subtract this from the total, but we use our amount to gain as the unchanging source of where we are, what we are rolling from. So it's still divided somewhat into thirds. Alternatively, if we wanted to, we could say first roll a number that's roughly a third of the number of the total, subtract that, then roll another number that's roughly half of the remaining total, which, since the remaining total is 2/3 of the starting total, that just means we're rolling another third, so we may as well spell it out clearly. Okay. Then, as for our next trick, we need to actually store this, so we can pre-create the gains array, since we already know it wants to be equal to the number of activities. That's how many entries we want. And put it in there, so gains, I is gain. Then, for our final trick, the last one is just going to be gains at number of activities -1 is our remaining total, such that it always adds up. Yeah, it always adds up to 20. So this could be, you know what, I'm gonna go with 1/3 -1. So this rolls from 5 to 8. That seems more sensible. So at worst it could be 5, 5, 10, or it could be 8, 8, 4. Now, and in order to make the logic seem a little more complicated than it is, you know what I'm also going to do? I'm going to shuffle this array. Yes, I'm going to shuffle the gains array before returning it. There. That means that the extreme case of 12 is only one number that can be 4, 9, 10, 11, or 12, depending on what the others rolled, or I guess with the math as it is now. It can be, this can be up to 8, this can be as low as 5, so it can be between, it can be 4, it can also be 9, 10, but 4, 9, or 10. Only the third number can be those values. All three numbers can be 5, 6, 7, or 8. So in order to make that a little bit less obvious, we're just gonna shuffle it such that any number, any one number could be 4, 9, or 10. And I think that serves its purpose perfectly well. Yeah. That serves its purpose perfectly well. Next, I'm actually going to change the, well, so this gives us the stat gains for each individual stat, but since we are weaving the activities, we're doing one from heart, one from voice, one from heart, one from voice. We also need to weave these stat gains in order for them to be of the same shape. So, that means, first, we are going to grab this. So stat gains is divide stat gains. And we need to do basically the same thing as here, but for our stat gains. What we could do is we could make a little data structure that honestly doesn't even sound that terribly unappealing. Instead of doing it all by hand, as it were, we can make a data structure that we tell, look, you have this text, you have this much stat gained, and consequently, what's your text? Or instead of that, we can turn this into a simple function. Right. First, so function determine activity display text is a function which is going to take the activity and it's going to take the stat gain, in which the activity is naturally going to be a string and the stat gain, sorry, this needs to be a different method call, is type stat gain is going to be a number. And then this can actually be super simple. We can use a template string, one of GameMaker's rare, actually very good features. This can be a template string that is, first we put the activity. This is going to end with an ellipsis, so then it's going to be plus that gain, and then we also need which stat it is that we're actually gaining here. For that, we don't currently have easy access to that. So we do have selected stats, so that is most of the way there. If we are going to look at our table, at our training camp stat scraps that do the same thing, they resolve the stats internal name to its translated name, and really this is as simple as capitalizing the word, because obviously the heart stat is called heart. That's just that. Anyway, what are we doing? At this point, yes, we need to have this basically. We need to be able to take our stat and resolve it into a translated string, for which, sure, I could go into the translation keys structure and then go in there and ask, hey, idols.stats, what about it? But one more time, that is not the responsibility of the training camp montage. That is a meta operation that is the responsibility of the room handler. So we'll give it the ability to get translated stat name, which is a function that takes a stat. The stat is a string. There we are. So Obviously we don't want exactly this as it is. No, we want to go to the global.translation keys idols stats. That's where the data that we want lives. That's where the translation key is located, which we need in order to access the getTranslated_string method. So return getTranslated_string with the stat translation key, which we retrieve here. There. That is that. So, having set that up, we can then do we can then somewhere here we can resolve what the translated names of our stats are. And there are multiple ways about this. I think the cleanest way is to do it once. Instead of like what I could do here. In our determine activity display text, I could tell it, hey, is this the first stat, or like which stat are we talking about here? And then we go to the room handler and ask it, hey, room handler, get me the translated stat name. But that's icky, because then we are doing that 6 times when the answer is one of 2 possible answers. So instead, we are first going to make a tiny little method here. I can stop making methods anytime that I want, I swear. Determine translated stat names. So for each of the stats that are selected, that we have been given, that is the internal name of that stat, yeah? So that is what we can use to go to the room handler and ask it, hey, what's the translated name of that stat? And again, I'm aware that this is an entire exercise that isn't terribly necessary. Because yes, I could access the translation file myself. I could just capitalize it because I know it's the same words. Though, of course, that is only true in English. Yeah? It is only the same word in English. In other languages, it might be different. Of course, for translations, I would then possibly also have to change this, because they might format their stuff slightly differently. I know that the French are very weird and they put a space before punctuation, like, who does that? The French, eh? Very weird. So, stat name. I could feel Clovey leaving the stream. I don't know if Clovey's even here, probably not, but then again, there's nobody who dislikes the French more than the French. It's true. So, anyway, that is possibly it is there, it certainly is not here. So, the point is, we insert the stat name that we are given into this method, and the stat name we resolve up here var translated stat names is equal to array create, because again we know that there's going to be a specific number of results. The specific number of results is equal to selected stats of results, and this. So each if value is equal to resolving the selected stat name. Then we can simply return this translated stat names, and there we are. So as part of our data gathering, translated stat names is that. I also note that there was that typo. So in summary, we have the translated stat names, we have our selected activities, and we have the stat gains. So we can go into this loop and we can weave it all together. What that makes is var stat gains for stat is yes, that it all has the same shape. Stat gains is a two-dimensional array, so we first need to pull out the if entry, then the stat gain that we are interested in is in stat gains for stats with activity index, and I am going to abstract this a little more in a moment. But step one is making it work, then you can make it pretty. So we have the individual pieces. We have the activity that we want to display. We have the stat gain we want to display. And yes, and we can then also grab the translated stat name. Stat name is translated stat names at location I, because I goes from 0 to 1. So all of that matches up, which means finally we can go var activity display text is equal to determine activity display text with our activity, with our stat gain, with our translated stat name. And all of that we now put into our one-dimensional woven array, which will allow the builders to display it. So now this works, and it's actually not the worst, I'll say. I actually kinda don't hate that. I'm thinking, do I want to move this into a method? Probably. Because I can quit making methods whenever I want. I just choose not to quit. This could be just the entire thing, and it takes 3 arrays and returns 1. Yeah, I mean, that's all the data that it needs. We can even make that a little prettier. Yeah. let's try that. Is equal to weave activities. We are going to call that right here. If you don't have a different strong reason to do something a specific way, like ordering functions, it's a decent idea to order functions in the order that they expect to be called. Obviously, some functions are going to be called several times. Yeah. And some functions are maybe not even predictable. So, but you can still give them a vague order, and if you know that, for instance, a function is going to be called during the create event and in each step, then put it where it is first called. So that function should be pretty high up. It should be with the create code, not with the step code, because it is first used, it is first relevant in the create step, or in the create event rather. So this function now needs to take 3 different arguments. It needs to take the stat gains, or I mean, I say it needs to. It doesn't need to. Do you want to see me do something magical? Take that, and take that, and take that. And all of a sudden, weave activities no longer needs any arguments, because it can reference all of these as part of state. That's a fun technique. If you've read the book Clean Code by, I should really look up what his name actually is, Uncle Bob, Robert Cecil Martin. Yes, the book Clean Code, written by Uncle Robert Cecil, he makes a very clear point that you should avoid giving functions arguments as much as is physically possible. And there's not no point to that. Well, specifically, if possible, you should replace arguments with state, which is precisely what we have done here. So instead of number of stats, yeah. Instead of making a bunch of arguments to the function and having to pass all of these, what's the point? I can just assign them into fields of this instance, and then I can reference them in this function. Now, I should say, for my professional pride as a software engineer, I don't 100% agree with that you should aggressively do this whenever it is at all possible. I don't agree with that, because you can also do that wrong. If all your functions rely on state, then you rely on that the state is set correctly at the time that function is called, which is icky onto itself. It means that you have a dependency that isn't clear because the function doesn't take any arguments. So A, who knows what it actually does, and B, who knows what dependencies it has. Can I call it before setting up the selected activities, stat gains, and translated stat names? No, I can't. I'm not allowed to, because then the game would crash. So, incidentally, that's another chapter. Uncle Robert Cecil kinda likes to contradict himself between different chapters. This that is where an argument is actually a very good idea, to highlight a dependency, to highlight that this state needs to be set. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to call it. So by forcing us to provide these as arguments, we make it clear to anyone who wants to call the function that you first need to have these things, otherwise it's not going to work. But I don't know, I felt like showing this off instead of making 3 function arguments, because we have a saying in the industry which is 2 function arguments are better than 3, 1 function argument is better than 2, and 0 are better than 1. Because generally it does apply. But we also need to, I've forgotten, we need to create this array. So this is an empty array that we need to return out. So return woven activities. There. Now, but, well, actually, I say that, I think that's fine. I think this is fine the way that it is written. Famously, there is no way that you can go that does not eventually lead you to Rome. Because I guess people never figured out that you can go straight north or east, and if you don't happen to already be aligned with Rome, then you are in fact not going to end up at Rome. But many ways lead to Rome here. This is certainly a way. An alternative would be to take all of these are already beautifully packaged, but we can package this further and make all of this into one method that determines the translated stat names, selects the activities, divides the stat gains, and then weaves the activities and returns that out. That I would then rather use arguments for. So instead of writing this to fields, I would rather use arguments and not maintain these values. But we don't really care to keep these values, right? All that we need them for is to weave the activities together. So once we're done with that, we don't need them anymore. But at the same time, it doesn't hurt to keep them. So I think if only as an example, if only as practice for how this looks, because you gotta practice the different patterns, I'll keep it. I like this. So, please give me, I'm going to promise 10 seconds as I'm going to walk around this wall here and turn on an oven, but I'm not actually going on break, I'm just gonna do that real fast and then we'll be right back. Okay, right. Oh, that big. Oh. Oh, I see what's wrong. My microphone is terrible because no, it's just 1 second. I'm gonna restart the thing. Yep. Just 1 sec. Okay. Yes, right. My apologies. I don't know how long that was going on, but NVIDIA Broadcast is generally a good software, unless it decides that it wants to insert random noise constantly, in which case sucks to be you, because there's no indication for that other than watching OBS's audio output, and that, well, that kinda sucks. And the only fix to it that I have found is to restart it all the time. Even though you'd think, yeah, I turn my computer off every day, so you'd think it gets restarted all the time. But apparently that does not count, because presumably that is actually Windows' fault. Its state gets stored, and whatever it does that's wrong gets stored alongside it, and then because I guess we no longer do the things that we say we do, your PC never actually really turns off. It does its best to preserve state, it does its best to save all that you've been doing, and the next time that it turns on, to restore all that. Why is that? Is that to make it easier for you to resume your work? And is it bugger? No, obviously not. That is to conceal when it has started and rebooted in the middle of the night in order to apply updates without asking, and certainly without telling you about it. In order to conceal that it has done that, especially if you've left it running, right? One could think if you leave it running, that's because you want it to run. It's because you don't want it to freaking restart. Because you might be running, I don't know, a web server that's important, or like live support. One might think you want it to do the thing that you've told it to do. But no, it will just restart when it decides that you're probably not doing anything important. Sometimes while you're actively using it, like while you're actively in a Teams call, it might decide to reboot. And you'd think, so with Teams being a Windows app, they would check for that. But that is why it does its best to save the state of everything you've had open, so that it can then reopen those things and pretend like nothing happened. I know Windows. I know what you're doing. I know what you are up to. Anyway, that aside, here we make beautiful, pretty and honest software. So, let us give this a test. Place your bets now. On the scale of how well has Toraka implemented this, is it going to crash? Is it going to display some weird stuff? Is it going to be largely correct but look wrong? Or is it maybe going to be just perfect and need no change? Let's find out. I always go to Hop, Step, Smile because that's the quickest minigame to do correctly. Even though I actually want to skip through it without doing it correctly, because that skips the dialogue. And that way I get to the training camp faster, which is the part that interests me. It is going to crash! Woo! I should run predictions. I should actually run predictions for what's it going to do the next time that I test it. Crash, be completely wrong, be largely correct but subtly off, or is it going to be good? And the good thing is, well, there is a heavy bias towards the first two options, but I don't even really need to change that prediction. I can just reuse it. But I do need to actually read this. Uh-huh. That's in the training camp room handler. Why is it doing that? So, let's see. This is trying to access the global translation keys at a point of idols.stats, which is a key that exists. Huh? Huh? That exists. I don't know what to tell you there, but Karu. Well, let's have a look. Have a look in debug mode. Probably it is going to be something rather simple. Something that I could have done properly and foreseen the issue with it, but didn't. Ooh. So, here we are. We click to advance, which means the debugger catches. And currently stat is voice. And let's evaluate global.translation keys. Is a struct. It exists. .idols exists. And stats is a struct that exists. Yes? We are in agreement about that? Which means that since the keys struct exists, we can access it with a value of voice. Oh, no? I shouldn't be the idiot. I know that it always does it the wrong way around. Am I the idiot? I might be. Struct get, what's your order? No, it's struct. Then the oh. Ah. Sorry, my bad, I misread the error message, but you'll forgive me, because GameMaker is not terribly expressive. I forgot the underscore. It was something super easy that I could have, but didn't do properly the first time. So, thank you, Butterfly. Let us see this in action. Thank you, not doing that minigame. Thank you, not now. Okay, at this point, it should be, it should be largely working. It did already try to resolve the translated stat name, which admittedly is what it does first, so that doesn't tell us a terrible lot, and it does in fact crash again. The selected activities of the training montage is not set before reading it. That is funny. But that is because it was not spelled properly. I had a vague idea on that, and in GameMaker's defense, this one it did try to point out to me. It did try to tell me that no such variable existed. No such variable existed. It knew that. It tried to tell me. I ignored it. Okay. Let us try one last time. See this in action. At this point... Well, at this point we already made it all the way to weave activities. So... quality that matters. Yep. Okay. Okay, wonderful. So that is pretty much precisely what I want. Well, so we see it resolves the activity. Maybe I want to color this part green, which is actually going to be a huge border. Man, if only I had a library like Scribble, where I could simply insert a tag in the text and from then on the +6 heart and stuff would be written in green. The way it's set up currently, making this making the +7 voice and all these stat gains a different color would be a little challenging. Certainly doable, get me not wrong, but it would be bothersome. Actually, it wouldn't be much sharper at all. It would be quite simple. Okay, but what we want to do is we can try putting some sound on this. I can't use play random laughter all the time, can I? I sure can. We can try putting some sound on this. We can make it into an animation where first off it rests a little bit with just training camp time, then it goes this activity, this activity, that activity, this activity, and so on. So we can make that happen. And naturally, once everything's finished, we want to go on. We want to leave the room. Okay, but I think this is pretty much what I had in mind for how this is going to look, so that's already very encouraging. Okay, but we are going to do that in a few minutes time, for it is the top of the hour. It is time for my delicious reheated burrito with well, there's food inside. So I'm going to take a short little break, not much longer than all the others. So yes, time for another midstream break. Gonna stretch my legs a little, run some ads, make the pre-rolls go away. Don't go too far. We'll be back in a few minutes time, and when we are going to put an animation into this so that it actually recounts the activities one by one instead of just showing them all at once for debug. See you then. Okay, let us continue. Delicious question mark burrito has been consumed. I mean, it's good. It's fine. It's just, I don't know what I was thinking. Well, I know exactly what I was thinking. Yeah? What I was thinking at the time was I wanted to make a burrito that was like a Thai red curry, which you may recall, it's actually a really good dish. I really like the taste of it, of Thai red curry, and it is super easy to make. Obviously, if you want it to be the best of the best, then it's a little bit involved, but fundamentally, here's how you make it. You buy about a liter of coconut milk, the creamy kind, 1 or 2 blocks of tofu, and frozen vegetables. Seriously, buy a bag of frozen vegetable mix. No peas. Peas are terrible, but there's sure to be some kind of mix at the grocery store that suits it well, with carrots, possibly corn, maybe beans, or yeah, I think it's... Actually, I'm not sure what the vegetable I'm thinking of is called in English. I like to then also put in a fresh zucchini. I like to put in a fresh zucchini just because, well, there's no vegetable mixes that include it, and it is a very good part of it. And, well, you boil that stuff together. You just boil it together in the coconut milk. So pour in coconut milk, toss in vegetables, toss in tofu, and of course red curry paste, very important. You need that. Toss in a few spoons heaped full of the curry paste, and that's you. That's all that you need. And the thing is, the best curry is anyway the one that has been gently stewing on a hot plate for several hours at the restaurant. So yeah, it doesn't get more complicated than that. So just toss that together, and there is, in some places there are some preconceptions against frozen anything, frozen meat, frozen vegetables, and yes, sure, it's not from nothing frozen vegetables are going to lose some amount of substance as their cell membranes are burst. But you know what also causes that? Boiling. Like, we boil them to make them softer. That's the idea. So it really doesn't change anything. And in exchange for slightly softer vegetables, you get them cheap, pre-made. They are perfectly fresh. By the way, let's not remember... What am I saying? Let's not remember. Let's not forget that canned vegetables are actually the freshest or the most well-ripened that you can get, because they are picked when they are ripe, or close to it. They're picked ripe and sent to the factory on site to be canned. Whereas the fresh vegetables that you get in your grocery store, they come from, you know, wherever. Italy, Egypt, Spain, wherever, especially in winter. The ones that have to come from far away can easily spend a month or more on a ship. So they are picked while they are still far from done, so that they ripen as they go, because vegetables and fruit are weird like that. They don't grow while they're not on the plant, but they ripen, so that when they are sold, they arrive at the grocery store in the very narrow window where they are conventionally attractive to consumers. Meanwhile, if you get canned tomatoes, well, they'll keep pretty much forever in that can, so they don't need to pick them early. So, anyway, that's just a little bit of food's opinions. I like food. I largely make all my own, which makes it a lot easier to be vegetarian, really. Have you... Fun exercise. If you're at the grocery store and you're looking at the lazy meals that don't take a lot of skills to prepare, try to pick out how many of them are vegetarian, and I'm not talking vegan, just vegetarian to begin with. Yeah, your selection is a whole lot smaller than you'd think. So, making your own food is just easier as a vegetarian. And that is with me eating a lot of protein, like I ate a lot of pseudo meats, so meat replacement products, because that is also simpler, and because there's a lot of vegetables that I'm not a huge fan of still. It's just easier. It is. Anyway, as for game development. So, what did we promise to do? We want to make an animation, and we want to maybe put a little sound and do all that stuff. For that, I am going to... Hocker, I know. I'm going to make a function called advance, which is going to handle all of that. This function is going to be called in order to make the next builder appear, or if we are finished, then it tells the room handler to start the leaving sequence. So, and there's a specific reason that I'm preparing this, which I'll show off how to get there. First off, in our step, not begin step, just in our step event, we want to keep track of the time. So, for that, I'm going to call my convenience function delta time millis, which tells me how many milliseconds have passed since the last time we were here, since the last step, since the last frame of the game. The game runs at 60 frames per second. It is limited to precise that much, and if we can be honest for a second, I don't think there exists a modern piece of hardware which is capable of running Windows 10, which is required in order to run Steam. I don't think there exists a modern piece of hardware that can run Windows 10, just the operating system itself, which cannot run hit idle at thousands of frames per second. I have done my absolute best in order to make this game small. You may notice, if you install it, that it takes up an entire 35 megabytes. Yes, megabytes. We're not in the realm of AAA, where even a small AAA game these days takes up 100 gigabytes. No, just 35 megabytes, it doesn't need to be more. It is small, it is also quick. You may be expecting a super long time before the window even opens, and then there's also long logos that are themselves loading screens. Nah bro, the game just opens. Because there's not a whole lot to load. So it's quick about it. And likewise, in fact, hey, money, meat mouth real fast. Let's take a peek at the FPS counter, for which I'm going to hide the game. It is right up there, in the top right corner of this empty space here, and you may note, even though I'm streaming, even though a lot of stuff's going on, the game is running at a comfortable 3000 frames per second. Because I know what I'm doing. When I'm off stream, I can manage about 5000 frames per second, but I guess OBS takes up some time. Besides, that's like at those levels, yeah, 3000 frames per second, that means that you're taking 300 microseconds per frame. You're not even in the realm of milliseconds anymore. You're in microseconds. And at that point, quite literally, it just fluctuates, because how GameMaker calculates this is it calculates how long it took to finish the last few frames. But that's not 100% accurate. At least not until you get to the scale of milliseconds, because what could happen at any time is the CPU decides to do something else for a few microseconds and puts hit idle on hold. For instance, processing OBS or processing the music output or anything. So the true time spent only on hit idle is probably even less, but I think we can consider ourselves happy with that. So, but what I need is, millis between activities is, I don't know, let's say 2 seconds. 2 solid seconds. Then we're also gonna say, well, this is going to be a variable, so it's going to live down here. You'll note some of these fields I've written in uppercase, some of them in lowercase. Lowercase are variables, things that I expect to change. Uppercase is constants, so stuff that isn't intended to change, which is altogether constants for the function of the object. So millis until advance is, let's say, millis between activities, asterisk, Asterisk. You know what? Yeah. There's a thing here, but basically, I want a timer to tick down. So we are going to go our melees until advance. We count down how many melees it has actually been between frames. Then, if melees until advance is less than or equal to 0, then we want to advance. And what advance does, well, it is now triggered as the timer has ticked down, which means we need to do the following. We need to make the next builder appear, more than anything. Owie. I rubbed my leg. It hurt. It was, in fact, unpleasant. Anyway, so that means that we need to keep track of which builder is going to be next to enable. Yeah? So, next builder to enable is 0. 0, 1. Well, I'm gonna go with 1. I don't love the way that I'm doing this, but well, actually I can initialize this value here because I want this to be the index of the first activity builder after the label builder. Alternatively, what I could do is I could make this 0, I could disable all of the builders and make them all appear one by one. But I'm kind of feeling to have the label displayed right away. So what we are going to do is we're going to go down here, and just before we create our activity builders, we're going to set this to the array length of the builders, meaning since arrays are 0 indexed, so the first element is index 0, this is going to give us 1, which means we want to point at index 1, not 0. We want to point at index 1, and that is going to be our first activity builder. Okay, then we take this next builder to enable, and we simply say builders next builder to enable dot enable and count up. Also, as we have advanced, well, we at some point need to also reset the timer. But I think I'm going to do this up here for a simple reason that I want it to be possible for you to skip this animation, in which case we just skip right through it. And for that, in that case, we don't want to concern ourselves with the timer, we just want to advance as fast as possible. So, meaning, in that case, instead of making advance do it, we do it here in the step event. Melees until advance is melees between activities, because then we are not skipped. Let's just set this up right now. So skipped is false, and if skipped, we advance and return. Right, so if it is skipped, then it is going to go forward. It is going to go forward each frame as fast as possible. Specifically, it is going to advance as quickly as you could click. Yeah, just allow you to click to speed it up. With that in mind, we need to, first off, we need to remove this, because we no longer want the start function to immediately show everything. That would be a bit silly. We might not even want the start function in the end, because we may start this by calling advance. That's the thing, but that's a detail that we can figure out later. So firstly, we want to, since this is in a isolated room, we don't really need to concern ourselves too much with where the user clicks. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go global left pressed. If you click, we skip. And skipper, of course, is going to be a cute little function that just sets skips to true for the moment. But I want this to be abstracted because I'm actually going to call this from the create event too. And the reason that's so this might not be what you expect out of a skip function. You might expect that the skip function puts you right at the end, that it fully advances the state until you are finished, and then that's that. Well, or that maybe it skips the next activity, but then it keeps going at the regular pace. But I want the component to either be skipped or not. Binary state. Skipping it multiple times doesn't change anything. So, and the reason is, we don't just want to set skipped to false, because then I always quote speedrunners in my explanation of this, but it's not just speedrunners. Because I have a setting which allows you to skip all of these animations, which is very much only intended to be used in speedrunning, but you can turn it on, and if you don't care to see the gruesome details of everything, you can turn it on, in which case it will detect that you are in skip animations mode, and it will skip itself as soon as possible, which in this case means we are going to look in the create event if global room handler dot is skip transitions skip, so that you frame perfectly skip as soon as it is possible. There's another quick thing that I have just seen, that the checkbox that controls this actually uses the wrong color. I have a specific shade of pink that I like to use everywhere. Let's see, for instance, we can seal it from here. We can seal it from this heart. Steal, store, there we are. And I figure I didn't see it because in the menu, that's actually a sub-image. Yes, right? There's the not checked sub-image, there's also the checked sub-image. I'm further noticing that the border color is wrong too. What am I doing? It's like well, currently I'm not getting paid for this, but still. There, that's going to increase the visual cohesion by having a specific shade of pink all the time, which also is slightly less aggressive on the eyes. I would say this one is quite vibrant. The one that I want to use is less so. This actually started out as the less aggressive shade. This started out as being the blush color, yeah? Where, that's right here, yeah. In the smile, that's this pink here, which was intentionally a less intensive pink because this is supposed to be, you know, a cutesy little blush. And there are certain people who insist that this looks like eyes. No, the smile doesn't have eyes. That's its point. Anyway, that aside, what shall we do? No, seriously, I need to look. What's up with the border color on this checkbox? Am I insane? No, that is just how these look. Anyway, that's not important. It's a little jarring that here we have this border color, but here we have this one. Anyway, that's something that I can attend to later. Right now, we will continue pushing forward with our training camps, because I would like for these to be largely finished. Well, in good time, I'll call it. I think they're going to be a bit more work, because right now we're just displaying stuff, we're not actually adding any stats. And well, what's the point of a training camp if you're not actually getting trained in the art of idol music? Right. So. That is the skip functionality. And that's good. Now, there's one problem, which is that this object currently can't hibernate. What I mean by that is the millis until advance timer just ticks down, and by the moment it reaches 0, it will start. So we need some way to make it do that. To make it hibernate until it is manually started. How to do that? I'm not sure. It pops into my head that I would want it to count the other way. I would count it starting at 0 and counting up until millis between activities. That's certainly an option. That way, the advantage of that is I then know that it is always going to be a positive number or a non-negative number. Well, let's see that. That would be if millis until advance is greater than or equal to millis between activities while it is counting up. I am making a complete mess of everything. If it is greater than or equal to the melodies between activities, then advance and set it back to 0. And then its starting value is -1. Which, to be sure, this is still just this is still just making exceptions to handle code, but then again, all code is ultimately just a linear series of instructions with optional branching, that is if-else statements and possibly loops. Quite literally, if your language can execute code, it has... You don't even need if-else, because you can make if-else happen with a loop. Right? You can do something like... this is kind of even what your computer does when you compile. What do we call it? If we want to make a greater than operation, then we would do if A is greater than B. In order to model this with a loop, we would say difference is A minus B, and we want to do our loop if this is positive. So var loopy is difference divided by itself, so that is either it's never going to be -1, is it? Right. Well, don't think about the negatives currently, because this is just me making a silly example. Then we set up a for loop in which I is 0 and I is, well, we are going, we're using a less than here, but where I is less than loopy, do thing. Congratulations, we have made an if statement, because this is going to calculate, should I do the loop 0 or 1 times? And if I do it 0 times, then I don't do it at all. If I do it 1 times, well, then I loop this once. So the joke is, you don't need if statements. If your language has a loop functionality, it is Turing complete. Everything else is just abstractions. But you can't be Turing complete without loops. That is a hard requirement. Otherwise, well, you're just not going to be able to do loops. You need some kind of functionality that allows you. What you can do is you can use a go-to instruction with an if. But at the hardware level, what is a loop if not a go-to with an if condition? Either ask your parents or don't worry about it. That's... For loops exist. Loops are their own thing and they are something different, and don't worry about it. Be happy that abstractions exist and don't worry too much about it. So, the point is, what we are going to do is, if melodies until advance is precisely -1, then return. But what am I writing this? Like, this is some kind of C code that needs to save variables? Like, why don't I just, write started is false, and then I say if not started, return. Sometimes I amaze myself. Like, why make it complicated? Sure, this saves a variable if we can use a reserved value for millis until advanced that it will never naturally hit because it will only ever be 0 and count up from there. But like now we don't need it. We can just use a separate boolean and that's fine. So start then is going to start it is true. Yeah. I guess the proper game developer solution for this would be to use the abstraction of a finite state machine, which I know what a finite state machine is, I know what it does, I know what it's used for. I have quite literally written an interpreter that can take arbitrary finite state machines and will parse and execute them and will also print out their state into a string such that you can later reopen them. It also displays them graphically. In fact, I've written this exact interpreter twice. So I know what I'm about with those finite state machines. It's just, that's an interesting thing for game developers to do. I get where we're coming from on that front. I just think a lot of the time that is over abstraction when the component itself can kind of be its own state machine. Yeah? Instead of having an explicit state machine defined, which has, like in this case, it has the state idle, it has the state started, it has the state skipped. Doing this with individual Boolean flags maybe isn't the cleanest way, but you don't need a separate object to do that. You can just have the instance itself contain the state that that steers the state machine. So, what are we gonna do from here on out? We are now able to start the training montage anytime that we want, and we can also, if we wanted, we could hide the label until we start it, but for now just do that. When we advance, let's say, does this sound horrible? I'm pretty sure it will, because there is, yeah, yep, there is no cooldown on random laughter. Maybe not. I've done this elsewhere. Let's look it up. In the report card, this is at the end of the minigame. You get a little report card styled after actual American high school report cards. Which isn't to say terribly much. It's just, you know, it's a white sheet with multiple rows. But you get a little report card that tells you, did you succeed at your requirements? Did you successfully do the minigame? And that too has this kind of mechanic where it gives you your report one line at a time. It also plays little sounds as it goes, and it too can be skipped, as you may have observed me do. And that means that I've had to make sure that the report card sounds aren't a cacophony when they are skipped, when, you know, if I start 5 different sounds within one frame of each other, they're going to turn out quite loud. That would be bad. Thank you, butterfly. I know what I'm doing. Thank you. So, like this. Yeah, but if I skip it, then it just advances. And how it does so is it remembers the sound ID of the most recent sound it has played, and when we advance, if there's that audio playing, then skip it. Stop it. Stop it, you! And I think we're going to do precisely that. So, the training montage is going to remember its most recent, not exactly its most recent mark sound, but its most recent activity sound, and stop it if necessary. That's going to be another variable, so you are no one by default, and this is in the same place, isn't it? No, but don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. What we're going to do here is first we are going to stop our most recent activity sound if one is playing, but then as we enable our next builder, we want to play that new sound. So most recent activity sound is, I don't know, I'm gonna say play random laughter. This is turning into a very giggly game. Originally, I looked up a bunch of laughter sounds to put on the report card, but since then, the play random laughter method has found actually not that much use, but it's found a bit of use just all the time. If I can't think of anything else I might want to play, then I just play that one. As in this case, I might want something else. Probably what's going to happen is I am going to use the sound for the stat gains, which in fact that's such a good idea that I'm just gonna go ahead and do that. So this is sound effects, noisy red fox thing. I know that I have this in a structure, yes, so this is global.sounds.hard_thing. Let's try that. So play a sound effect. This is a little abstraction that I made, which is going to return us out. It's going to return us out the sound ID of what we are doing. So it sets up that this thing sounds out, and then it gives us a reference by which we can reference that very sound playing. So that's good. Okay. Now, as we do this, the most recent activity sound that gets set, we need to do a certain thing, which is we only want to advance when there's anything to advance to. Otherwise, it is silly, isn't it? So, if next builder to enable already is greater than or equal to the length of builders that we have, let's gently return out for the moment. I think that's okay. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so I'm just thinking, what happens when we have to skip this? Every frame, it is going to tell itself to advance. it is going to stop its most recent activity sound. Then it'll check, have I done everything yet? No. So it's going to show the next builder. Every frame, if it is skipped, move to the next builder, play that sound effect, which then of course gets skipped the next frame. So I want to also stop us. If there's nothing left to do, then this would be safe, right? Everything that we do here is perfectly safe. We can do that every frame. But since there's no point to doing this logic if we already know that we're finished, well, we can safely say that we can stop at that point. Nextly, Nextly, I would like a callback to the room handler. On montage finished. So what this is going to do is this is going to tell the room handler, hey, the montage is done. The last text has been displayed. We good. Now there's once again an argument to be made. Do we what do we want to do after that? After we've displayed the entire montage, we want to wait for the player. We want to wait for the player to say, okay, that's good, continue on. And the way that they are going to do so is by clicking. This is also shown. Let me make sure my setting is off. Yes. This is also shown at the end of a minigame. Yes. At the end of a minigame, when you gain your stats, the same thing happens. The game will wait for you. Oops, gotta pick my stats for the training camp. Even though I'm not planning to go that far because the game will crash. Oh no, actually, it will crash, but we can look at it first. Even though I'm not planning to let it play out. Here, right? This stats gain display. This also waits for you once it's done. And in order to tell you, hey, we're waiting on you here, there's the click to advance text, which fades in after some time. There's an argument to be made here. Do we want this to be, do we want this to be part of the montage? Do we want this to be handled by the room handler? Or maybe, stick with me here, maybe we would want this to be its own kind of object, which we can use in the minigame fade out, and we can use the exact same object within the training camp. But okay, 2 seconds is definitely too long for that. Yeah, I'm feeling 1.5 secs. And crash. Right. So, valuable data. 2 seconds too long. It should be not too fast, but it should be relatively strike on strike. So, if I've already teased that I could make a shared object, well, obviously, who am I to deny myself this opportunity? So So what we are going to do is we are going to go to the minigame outro fade out, which itself is far too big anyway. So here it is, await confirmation, which sets up a little logo builder that this accesses the global translation keys anyway. So instead of making that part of the outro fade out, we can move this code into its own object. And just see real fast. Yes, this has all kinds of logic, but we can easily take the timer out of the outro fade out and move it into the confirmation hint builder, and that's actually all there is to it. So we are going to do precisely that. Create an object, confirmation hint, not builder, just confirmation hint. And this is going to be super simple. We're going to steal the hint builder from here. Now, we do need this object to be told where it is. Yeah. So we need it to be told where it is. So throw if property not defined. Although that being said, of course we don't need this as explicit parameters. We can simply set the object's x and y positions, which are already built in. So the form that takes is we no longer need this explicit x and y information. We can simply go create instance relative, create relative to us. At the same x coordinates, at the y offset that we've done. Which, so I guess that makes sense. I'm having a little bit of difficulty parsing how that does make sense, but no, I guess it does. Yes, anyway. Yes, this at this y coordinate at a depth that we don't care, and object confirmation hint. That's all there is to it. We no longer want this tracked. In fact, as a matter of fact, we don't care where it is, right? I don't bother saving the reference to the confirmation hint builder because we don't really care. Well, we do need one parameter. We want to give it a time. So throw if the property isn't defined wait time, and wait time must be a number. Yeah. Because this confirmation hint, of course, itself needs to run a timer. It also needs a defined sprite, because an object that has no sprite does not execute a draw event, but I very much would like it to. So this is unfortunately going to lead to a little bit of code duplication, but what will you do, really? This is now, hang on, steal it from here, so This can simply track the time that it has existed and divide that by fade-in time. So time existed is 0. In the step event, track time existed plus equals delta time millis. Yeah. Further, we want to give this a draw event. I hate this source control tab so much. It spams completely random, irrelevant code. Anyway, in the draw event, the confirmation hint builder should build. And in the step event, we need to update its alpha, which means we go back to the outro and we steal its code, which is going to be something like this, not precisely, but something like it. So this isn't time since awaiting confirmation, this is time existed divided by fade time. Yeah, and that's all there is to it, which is why I'm not terribly concerned with this duplication, because, you know, a little bit of duplication is fine. A bit of duplication is okay, a little bit of trash is okay, as long as it's not too much. So we can then toss this, and time since awaiting confirmation is no longer used. Excellent. Okay. That's... well, place your bets now. Crash? Does it look wrong? Completely? Does it look subtly off, or does it just work? I swear, I seriously do need to set up a prediction every time that I make something new, because there's no knowing. There's no knowing for sure. So, image heart. This minigame, sure, why not? Thank you, butterfly. I know what I'm doing. Thank you. Thank you. There is a little bit of friction. I do notice that if you just want to skip through the game, then, well, you had better turn on the skip. Boom! It was the crash option. You should have bet on crash. If you just want to click through the game in a big hurry, then yeah, there's a bunch of dialogues that are trying to stop you, or rather that are trying to help you do a proper job. Well, that's kind of intentional as far as that. If you want to speedrun, then there are speedrunning options for you. But if you don't want to engage with the game, then there's going to be friction. That's how it works, yeah. So, fade time is fade in millis. Here we are. Well, in so far, this has been a success of the parameter checking, because thanks to the magic of fail fast, I could tell immediately that I didn't provide required parameters. So obviously it didn't work, and it wasn't going to work. And I want to know about that before we get started. Okay, let's see it. Beautiful. And I can still click to advance out of here. One and a half seconds is still kinda slow. And crash, but that's intended because this is calling a method that doesn't exist. Okay, I think we are going to call that good there, because this is a very good state to reach. I think we've made good progress this weekend. Did I hope I could finish training camps in by this time. I mean, hope isn't really the right word. I would have loved if I could have, but I would have had to push further on it, to be honest. Half the time I did other things. And besides, I've got time. I don't have a ton of time, but I do have time. So, we're making good progress, we are on pace. So, but it is that time for me to hop off. However, the show doesn't have to be over. First off, you guys, thank you all so much for watching, chatting, liking, lurking, hanging out, doing all the things that you do. Remember, hashtag shill, hashtag sellout, hashtag all the things. I have a Steam demo now. You can play it, you can wishlist the game, you can do all the cool things. Hashtag sellout. But we are going to do ourselves a little raid, because I have located a streamer that seems to be also working in Game Maker. Well, currently they are doing a sprite, they're doing sprite work, but they are also working in Game Maker. So that is very interesting. This could be a new friend. So we're gonna go over to them. Like noodles, yes. We're gonna go over to them and we're gonna give them some love. As for me, I'll be heading off. I will be live again next week, 9 AM Central European time till 1 PM roughly. So 4 hours ago till now. And Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So every weekend morning, as far as Central European time is concerned, I'll be here. Would be cool if you guys can come hang out too. If not, it's fine. I appreciate every time that you can make it. As for now, thank you and goodbye.